All set up and ready to go. Oh. Pretty sure I'm live and all that fun stuff. Good morning. Just getting everything set up and ready to go, so bear with me just a moment if you don't mind. Happy Thanksgiving, or St. Patrick's Day to you as well. Legendary Apprentice, wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining. I'm out here, pardon me, on the Intracoastal Waterway down in Pensacola, Florida. Just getting everything set up. The fishing going this morning. Yesterday I had a pretty good day. Got one sand trout and 10 hardhead cats and 2 gaff top sail cats. Let me know if you can hear me okay as I move around. My mic should be working and all that fun stuff, but I've learned to never trust technology, even though that's how I make my living. Well, I make my living because technology fails. Coming back, checking chat. Loud and clear, thank you. I think that's gigability. Oh, want to be outdoors. Hey, Matt, good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. A little bit stopped up this morning. Not the greatest way to start the day, but we'll get there. So the water clarity has improved since yesterday, which is awesome. The water clarity wasn't that bad yesterday, but especially, considering that we just had that storm. But today it's even better. And I think that will improve our chances of catching things other than catfish. Apparently the catfish don't mind it all. They're like, oh, dirty water, I like that. I did check my crab trap this morning, or crab net. I left a dead pinfish on it overnight. Didn't get any bites yesterday or any takers. It didn't even look like the bait had been touched. And then this morning, the bait was gone. It looked like a little catfish slime on there. So thinking a catfish had a good meal off of me, which is fine. That's kind of why I kept it out there, to see what I could come up with. Oh, let me get my bait shears. I don't feel bad not being ready to go first thing, because it always takes a few minutes for people to come in, and That way you're not missing any of the action. And the good news is my pinfish are all quite lively. Come here, Bubba. So what I'm not showing on camera, because YouTube exists, I'm cutting off the dorsal fin because it is spiky as can be, and just right at the edge of the tail, so they puts out a little bit of scent and can't travel very far. And then hooking him right in the tail as well, so he looks fairly natural. And get the first one out. So these are all on Carolina rigs. Down here I think they call them the knocker rigs. Using a 4-ounce pyramid sinker. And I'll talk about my gear in a moment. Whoa, come back here, Bubba. These pinfish are spastic. I'm not sponsored by anybody, so what I'm using because I like it and because I paid for it. My bait shears are not. They're probably going, well, these are right-handed bait shears and you're trying to use your left hand, you maroon. So the two outside rods, at least for right now, are Penn Smithfisher 6 combos. They're 6500 live liner, so they have the rear drag on them. Up. There went one pinfish away. And I was curious, are you alive or deceased? You're alive. I was curious how well they could swim. He can still swim pretty decent. They are some squiggly little boogers. I try to keep the spinning reels on the outside because they take up more room than my casting. Casting rigs, they are Anvil extra heavy rods with TC Fun Alios 400 reels on them. I like those reels because they're low profile bait casters in a size 400, so they hold a lot of line, and they have bait clickers on them, which none of that's hard to find except the low profile combination of those. And I grew up, well, not grew up, but when I started really trying to fish more, I won't say professionally, but putting more effort into it, I started off bass fishing because, you know, I was going to be the next Kevin Van Dam. Ended up being more the Mike Van, not really. And so I used Shimano Curados because that's what everybody in the Bass Club used, at least for the, you know, as far as a good value, price performance ratio. That was back in the Curado B series days. So I like low profile reels more than the round bait casters. Of course, I have plenty of round bait casters as well. When I saw those Alios 400s, I was like, I got to try those. Piece of Fun makes pretty good The Chaos XS is very decent, budget-friendly round bait caster. And these are not nearly as budget. Like the Piece of Fun Chaos XS's run about 50 bucks. I got these for 100 bucks a pop on a really good sale. They're usually in the 129 to 149 range on sale. I've got two of the Alios 300s, which are the smaller version, but they don't quite hold as much line, and they do not have the bait clicker, which is really what I like about these. A low profile with a bait clicker. And holds enough line to be a catfish rod, a catfish reel, and also a saltwater reel. Be back to chat in just a second, folks. Apologize for being a little slow on the uptake this morning. I'd try to promise it'll be worth it, but I've seen me fish. In my younger days, I was scared of nothing, but man, I am scared to death just walking off the edge of this dock. Come on. Okay. Got him hooked now. Now I'll start trimming him. At least got the dorsal fin off of him. As you can see, he is quite the lively little chunky. So there's a lot of eelgrass in the Intracoastal. I'm casting this one over to the left towards the neighbor's dock. The water right here is about 6.5 feet. Varies, I think, between like 6 and 7, depending on tide. The tide moves 9 to 10 inches here, and high tide is around 1 o'clock today, I believe. It seems to run close to a 12-hour cycle here. Billy said down in Tampa where he is, it's more of a 6-hour cycle. And for my bait rod, I'm using some salted shrimp, which you just take a pound of thawed shrimp, dry them off, throw them in a box of non-iodized salt, and you're set. Thanks for joining Legendary Apprentice. Matt, yeah, those Alios 300s, there's nothing wrong with them, except they don't have a bait clicker, which is not really, I mean, that's how they're designed, so it's hard to say there's something wrong with it, but the Alios 400, of course, holds even more line. And for saltwater, it's weird. On the Atlantic side, they tend to use bait casters for surf fishing. But on the Gulf side, they tend to use spinning gear. So while I had a bunch of bait casting gear, first time I came down here, you know, I was watching all the locals, and they were all using spinning gear. So I got a bunch of spinning gear. And for anybody curious about salted shrimp, of course, salt washes off. The shrimp is going to taste salty, much like brining chicken. But I mean, look at this. This is, you know, I'm squeezing him, and they firm up really good. for shrimp. You want them tender when you're eating them, but these pinfish can peck off bait so fast. And they don't do much with sabiki rigs here unless you put some kind of tip on them. I've used shrimp and I've used red worms, and both work. I got red worms at the bait shop, and I asked him, I said, do these work for pinfish? He's like, well, I've never tried it. I always use shrimp, but don't see why it wouldn't. They'll eat pretty much anything. And I was just hoping to have the worms so that they wouldn't be able to take the bait off quite as fast until the shrimp kicked in. So when you salt the shrimp, of course, you don't have to refrigerate it because it preserves it. And I mean, you want the shrimp covered in salt, and it's going to extract the moisture out. So you want to make sure that they're dry before you salt them. Otherwise, you're going to have to use a lot more salt. And then you want to keep the lid off periodically to let the salt dry back out. I had a fishing buddy that he did that with bluegill. So he always had some salted bluegill in his boat. And, of course, I thought it was interesting. And then as I learned more, I'm like, that is really interesting. That is a good idea. They stay on the boat, they don't stink. And whether you catch bait or not, you got bait. I'm sure everybody can appreciate the importance of having bait. So I'm seeing a bunch of little fry. I saw these last night. They're about maybe a half an inch long. And there's some barnacles and stuff growing on the piers for the dock. And when I say dock, this is not this is not a pier. This is a private dock. There's a boat over to the right of the camera, but it's not a fishing boat, and I am not trusted enough to drive it yet. Of course, watching him get that thing back into the lift, because I've never had to fight with the current before, current and tide and all that fun stuff. You usually just wind on lakes that you have to deal with. So I put my bait rod over where those fry are, thinking there's got to be something below them that's wanting to eat them, but apparently not. But I had this issue yesterday. The pinfish seemed to kind of be hiding in the morning. And as you can see, I mean, there's not much wind. There's not much where they normally can't chill out. Ways, man, they push these fish around so much. It's ridiculous. I don't know how they do it. I mean, not like they have a choice. Open water and all that. I'm not ignoring chat, except that I'm not near chat. So I will be back to it. I appreciate everybody watching. Please hit that thumbs up if you don't mind. We are fishing for whatever we can catch today on the Intracoastal Waterway. Directly in front and to the right is Alabama, and directly in front to the straight and to the left is Florida. I mean, we're that close to Alabama. I'm probably 300 from Alabama. Downside is that you need an Alabama license to fish in Alabama, and I don't want to fish in Alabama. Well, I want to fish in Alabama. I don't want to pay another out-of-state license fee. And where I grew up in West Tennessee, the closest saltwater was Mobile, Alabama. That's where everybody went on vacation. Or, they go down to Biloxi, but the water is just not as clean down in Biloxi. And I got to look at the map when I was researching down here, and I'm like, Man, Alabama got the short end of the stick on oceanfront property. Mississippi has a good amount. Of course, Florida has a ton. Alabama just got that one little swath. So I'm sitting down there, got my bait rod in my left hand. I don't know if you can see it. And let's see what's going on in the chat. I appreciate you sharing me out, Matt. Got 8 folks watching. Appreciate that. Reading a game in Fish Magazine, learning about ridiculous regs and hoop netting for personal use. Craps, you know, yes, the regulations do get ridiculous. One thing I found out inadvertently, and I think I probably broke this one. Thank goodness the statute of limitations is over. It wasn't intention to break it, but I'd used a little beach guide, and I caught a bluefish, and he told me, you know, most people don't eat the bluefish; they're too oily, all that kind of stuff. Which, what I heard was, so they make good bait. I don't know that he said that. That's just what I heard from what he said. Like I say, he didn't use those words. And so I caught a bluefish later, and I cut it up and used it to bait. Turns out bluefish is a game fish. And I mean, yeah, I was well within the limits and everything, but it's a keep whole fish, meaning that if you're out on the boat, you can gut it, but you have to keep the head and tail on it. And you can't use parts of game fish as bait, which I'm kind of against that idea. There's pros and cons, right? So like if you catch crappie in freshwater, you know, most states don't let you use it as bait. But you take them home and you clean them, you should be able to keep the heads and use them as bait, right? The downside is that then you can't prove how long the fish was. So you can take the fillets off in the states that allow you to use game fish as bait and keep the head and tail and skeleton in the middle all attached together, and you could fish it that way. But it seems like you should be, you know, but again, you don't want people breaking the regulations. And I want poachers, I want intentional poachers smacked around hard. But there comes a time when, you know, we all make mistakes, legitimate mistakes. And if you're not familiar with saltwater fish, there's a lot of the fish that look alike. You know, if you're not used to them. I mean, you know, they all have heads, tails, stuff like that. But, you know, like the pompano, the permit, and there's another one other than the African pompano. Can't think of the name of it. Heck, to me, a Jack Crevalle looks like a pompano. You know, they got the little bitty scales, or mostly skin, or whatever. I don't know what you call it. But I could see how somebody could very easily think a pompano was a jack and vice versa. Matter of fact, the first time I was out here fishing off the dock, I caught a couple of, I called them pompano. I think looking back, they were probably jacks. They were just the right size. They were small enough. And I threw them back because they were too small to keep as pompano anyway. Anyway. Even if you have a game fish booklet with you, they're hard to decipher. They're, for example, in Tennessee, around Memphis, we've got a few TWRA lakes. So they're owned by the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. In addition to having the state license, you also have to have a permit license, whatever you want to call it, to fish these places. Because they're not state waters, they're the resource agency waters, whatever. But, you know, I was out there cast netting. And I don't know if it was a game warden that was just in plain clothes or if it was the guy from the bait shop. Somebody came down and said, man, you can't cast net here. I'm like, well, why not? He said, well, you're not allowed to take bluegill with a cast net. I said, well, yeah, I know that. He said, and there's no shad in here. I said, I don't believe that. I mean, isn't there shad everywhere? And he said, they say there aren't, but you still can't cast net regardless. And I looked at the regulations, and sure enough, on TWRA, you can't use a cast net. Which to me, again, seemed like a silly regulation. And I have a buddy that says, "Oh yeah, they're shad in there." He said, I go out to a cove where nobody is and cast net every now and then. It's like, well, I don't mind the regulations. I mind that there's so many differences. And again, if somebody is out poaching, legitimately poaching, trying to break the law, throw the book at them. But like I saw a guy on YouTube, he was out blue crabbing with his family, his kids, and his traps. Everything about the traps was legal. Except in Florida, you have to have a buoy that is at least 5 inches in diameter and has to have an R that's at least 2 inches tall and legible. They got him because his R was old and faded and not perfectly shaped. I think he got like $500 in tickets. He's like, man, I am doing everything right. You catching me on the technicality, which doesn't seem right. But that's kind of how law enforcement works. Trust me, when there's a problem, I want the police around. But I'm going to give some advice to everybody in the United States. I don't know how it works other places. Say as little to the cops as you can. Don't be rude. Don't be mean. But you don't have to talk to them. You don't have to say a word. You can hand them your license, your insurance, and registration. You don't have to say a word to those men or women. And when they ask you questions, they're asking you questions because they don't yet have a reason to arrest you. They're looking for one. They are fishing. In almost all 50 states, possibly all, I'm not sure, you do not have to submit to roadside breathalyzer test. I think in all 50 states, you don't have to submit to roadside sobriety test, not checkpoints. The test where they get you, walk and turn and touch your nose and crap like that. And they'll tell you, well, we're trying to make sure that you're safe to drive. No. What you're trying to do is you're trying to find a way to say I'm not safe to drive. Because if you had enough information to arrest me now, I would already be arrested. Now, when you get to the precinct, you do have to submit to those breathalyzer tests. Or in most states, you'll lose your license for 6 months to a year automatically. Just you could show no signs of impairment, but if they get you back and try to get a blood, and even if you refuse, they can still go back to a judge and get a search warrant, and then you really don't have a choice. This is not telling you how to get away with driving drunk. This is telling you how to not get in trouble for not doing things you weren't for doing things you weren't doing. Tennessee has had up near Nashville several cases of people blowing .00 getting arrested for DUI. And those tests are designed for you to fail. They'll tell you there is no pass or fail. Now they're looking for clues. If you're not steady on your feet, if you slur some words or you talk babble because you're just nervous because there's a cop standing there asking you questions. I remember when I lived in St. Louis, me and my wife had gone to a wedding in a ritzy part called Ladue is the area for anybody familiar with St. Louis. So it's a ritzy part. Her friend from college had money. Her family had money. We're driving around in a Toyota Tercel. I'd had a drink or two because I'm not a heavy drinker. And it had been a while. But the cops had a checkpoint set up. Illegal as all crap. There'd been some break-ins in the area, and they're just stopping all the cars and making sure everybody. So they're asking where you been, what you doing, where you heading. All questions designed to get you in trouble. Where'd you come from? Pizza Hut. Where's that at? I don't know. Oh, so you don't know where you just were? Where are you heading? Home. Where's home? Home is yeah. Oh, well, you're supposed to be headed east to go. If you're going home, you're headed west. Where are you going? And as much as you want to say none of your business, leave me alone, don't say that. Just go. Look, I don't answer questions. I have the right to not answer questions. I'm not going to. Yes, Bobcat, you're being detained. I know nothing. Got a hunting ticket last season. Technicality basically uses opinion with reg book. Yeah. And see, yeah. I got a ticket in Dallas for disorderly conduct. And I got I was walking to lunch with a buddy from work. And there was this cop car parked on the sidewalk. And one of the cops just hawked a loogie right on the sidewalk. And I probably called him an effing pig, which really wasn't about him being a cop, but just that's a disgusting thing to do. And he cited me for disorderly conduct, which I knew then what I knew now. I mean, that's a First Amendment violation because I'm allowed to say that kind of stuff. Not that I'm encouraging it. And I even had him get a supervisor down there, and said it, let him write me the ticket. And I mean, as I'm sitting there, hands on the car, feet spread, nonsense, he sits there and hawks another loogie right next to my foot. He was trying to provoke me. And he's like, the reason we're parked on the sidewalk, because, I was like, why you parked on the sidewalk? You shouldn't be on there in the beginning. I can't park there. Well, there was some homeless guy digging in the dirt over by that tree. I'm like, okay, well, now that I know it's the crime of the century, then we're okay. But I went to court. He didn't even show up because he knew it was a bad ticket. But I still had to go to court for it. And I hate the court system. Oh, man. So you go to court in this particular instance. I got to be there at 9. He's not there, so they call him on the radio or try to get a hold of him, whatever. And he has an hour to get there. So I got to sit there and wait for an hour to see if he's going to show up. Then after an hour, they're like, well, we can't hold you anymore. Go. You're free. I was really disappointed. I really wanted to say, no, you make him come here because I want to try a lot of this. I was not happy. But one thing I've found about police, if you drive around in a normal vehicle that is stock, you haven't put a bunch of wheels and tent and lowered it or raised it or anything, cops don't look at you twice unless you really do something wrong. It's when you do something to stand out. And you want to stand out? Well, you do, especially the cops. Like I say, I love cops when I need one. Just when I don't need one that they show up, And I'm just talking like this. This is advice I would give my own kids. Don't make their job easier. Don't incriminate yourself. Like I say, if they had enough to arrest you, they would have already done it. And yes, the phrase, am I being detained? Am I free to go? If they say you're not being detained, am I free to go? And they have nothing to hold you on, they'll go, yeah, you're free to go. And you go, deuces. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful day, officer. There's a lot of idiots on the internet besides me. And, they'll say things like, well, why am I being detained? You have to have a reasonable, articulable suspicion to detain me, which is true. They have to have a reasonable, articulable suspicion to detain you. But you know who they have to give that reasonable, articulable whatever it is, suspicion to? The judge, not you. You are not entitled to anything. They don't have to tell you anything. And you can go to jail for lying to a cop, but the cops can lie to you. So when they tell you, hey, you're not in trouble, if you got a little baggie of weed, just let me know. Won't be any problems. You're not going to have any trouble. Just, we'll get rid of it. Oh, well, here's my little baggie of weed, sir. Good. Put your hands behind your back. Because they don't have to tell you the truth. So, whoops. I got a little pinfish if he doesn't find a crack to get into. He is trying, though. These little guys, they're funny. They flop like there's no tomorrow. They've all got that little black dot, hopefully. That was a good catch. Caught him midair. He is going to go away. I'm not as flexible as I was when I was. It's not that I'm not flexible. I'm just too tall. That's what it is. If I were 3 feet tall, I'd be perfectly flexible. I know I repeat myself for people that watch me, but I want to share information I have. So you see I'm using, you may not, you may see, you may not, a little Floetrol bucket I'm using. So that's where I'm keeping my pinfish. Periodically that needs, so it's got water in it. The water flows through the top. Periodically I've got to put it back in the water because these fish, they pee and poop and they get their oxygen from the water. So you throw it back down there, it rinses them out, rinses out the water and, gives them more oxygenated water and all that kind of stuff. So if you have problems with your bait not sticking around, some people are like, oh, I just put a bubbler in there, I'm fine. Well, that does not get rid of the ammonia in the feces. And which is also why, when you have an aquarium, there's like, well, you should only have, I forget, an inch of fish per 10 gallons of water, an inch of fish. I forget what the guideline is. And it's not because they need that much water to move around, but they need that water to stay fresh. And, you're filtering it, and as they run the water over the filter, as the water gets agitated, it can release some of that ammonia. And that's why, when you go to your bait store and you're like, the minnows are thick in there, how are they staying alive? They change that water 2, 3, 4 times a day. One of the baits down here that people like are fiddler crabs. They're another one of those. You need to rinse them off periodically. Crabs, I don't know if fiddlers are land-based or water-based typically. They usually find them on land, but that does, they can go either way. So your water-based crabs, they have gills, they can breathe underwater. Great. Take them out of the water. As long as their gills are moist, they can still extract oxygen. And the gills are actually, inside the shell. So that's why you can have crabs living outside of water that are not land-based crabs. So, you rinse them off, you get rid of their waste products, and you also re-moisten up those gills. I left my kayak at home because I've been having problems with my left leg. I was afraid my swimming might not be all it was cracked up to be if needed. Plus the storm. Wasn't sure how the water wasn't going to be nasty and violent all week. But if I could get to a bridge or a jetty, I would definitely get some of those fiddler crabs, try to catch me some sheep's heads. The pompano down here have not turned on yet. I mean, they're catching some, but the run hasn't started yet. I am going to try to get out, go surf fishing, at least once or twice. Something has jumped a couple of times out here. I'm not sure what it is. I mean, I could catch redfish. I could catch black drum. Could catch flounder. Possibly sheep's head. Shark. Bluefish. Blue runners or hardtails. Jack Crevalle. There's a ton of things I could catch. And yesterday I was using cut bait and picked up mostly catfish. Well, everything I picked up off of the cut bait was catfish. The little sand trout came off of my bait rig. So I'm hoping maybe not to catch as many catfish, but so the hardhead catfish down here, the locals hate them. They say they don't taste good. They don't get very big, or maybe a pound or two. The gaff top sail cats, beautiful fish. These long fins on them. They get, I think, maybe up to 8 pounds. I think that's about as big as they get. They're supposed to be better eating than hardheads, but still, most people down here, they're looking for saltwater fish. They're not looking for catfish. I mean, they are saltwater catfish, but they're looking for game fish. There we go. Got a little pinfish down there pecking on my bait rod. Using a sabiki rig with little bitty hooks on it and a goofy jig as the weight. I'm seeing something floating in the water. Can't tell what they are. They don't look big enough to be jellyfish. Could be just odd colored leaves. There's a pinfish. I like to keep extra pinfish around because, well, as you saw, one of them just jumped right out of my hand. And they're easy to keep alive as long as you don't keep them out of the water too long. Come on, let me have my hook back. This sabiki rig's about had it. Half of it's knotted up on itself. There's at least one hook missing already. And these come with 6 hooks on them. When this one's finally done, I'm going to cut the swivels off and take the next sabiki rig and make 2 3-hook parts, because you can't hook all. Well, I mean, you put bait on all 6 of them, but the pinfish tend to want the ones closer to the bottom. And you can get doubles and triples, but they usually manage to kick each other off. Let's see. Bobcat Outdoors, you are always being detained. You have the right to remain fishless. That, apparently, you've seen me fish. Hey, Jody, thank you so much for being here, sweetheart. And that's not a flirty thing, people. That's just, I'm glad that somebody's here. And Jody is good about giving me watch hours for doing nothing. Um, you ask your, you never ask, am I free to go? Because once they say you're not being detained, you're automatic. Yeah, but those two questions seem to be asked together. Am I being detained? Yes. Am I free to go? No. And yeah, if you're not being detained, you are in fact free to go. But it's always nice to get them to say yes, you are free to go, because that way there's not a there's no question, even though there really isn't a question to begin with. I think the am I free to go is just to rub it in a little bit. Like I say, don't make a cop's job any harder. They have it hard enough. They deal with. I used to think that cops, as a kid, or young adult, I'm like, man, all they do is write tickets. And the world has changed since I was a kid. Of course, I've moved to bigger cities since I was a kid too. Because it used to be, cop turns his lights on, you pull over, you hand him all the crap, you hope he doesn't give you a ticket. In Memphis, man, the cops have to worry about, well, one, is the person going to stop? Because in Memphis they have a no chase policy, so unless it's a violent felony, if you just going 100 miles down the interstate, they turn their lights on, they can follow you for 1 minute without getting approval to continue the chase, and they will not get it. So you just keep going with your fake drive-out tags. The other thing is, they pull you over, people just start shooting. And if you ever want to have some fun, watch the Arkansas State Police on YouTube. There's several channels that cover them. Those boys don't play. You run from them, they pitch you. They're overly aggressive. Some pregnant woman was driving on the interstate. She slowed down. I believe she put her flashers on. She was just waiting to get to an exit so she could pull off and, into a well-lit area, that kind of stuff. Well, they decided she wasn't pulling off fast enough. They pitted her and flipped her car. She got money out of that. And they pitted people into dying. Again, if you're running 120 down the interstate and you won't stop, I don't have a lot of empathy or sympathy for you. But, in her case, she's like, I'm on an interstate. I don't want to be pulled over on the shoulder. It's dark. She just wants to make sure, one, it's a legitimate cop, it's a well-lit area, and that she's safe by not being pulled over on the side of the road, because people get hit on the side of the road. Now, perhaps the smarter thing to do would have been to pull over, and the cop gets, okay, hey, can we move up to an exit? Maybe. I mean, you're still putting yourself in a little bit of sideways action because you still pulled over on the side of the road, but sorry, I just realized I had a piece of braid looped over on this one. Looped over the bail just a little bit. So I have way too much gear. I got these Spin Fisher combos. I got some of them for $139, and then they went on sale again for $100. And I could not pass them up. The reel by itself is supposed to be $200. And these are the live liners, which even, they've got the rear drag. It's nice. Still, jury's still out on them. I wish they had loud clickers on them like the bait casters do. And I'm real happy with the way I've got these mounted at the dock. It's not my dock, so I can't put holes in it. You got these little fishbone looking things that are made to, they go between the board, and you push it down, it's got a spring on it, you twist it, and it kind of catches on the bottom of the boards. And then I use some eye bolts to go through the hole on the top of the little rigs, and then tighten the bolts down a little bit. I took my bait towel in last night like an idiot. Actually, did I? It would have been stupid to take it in. I meant to leave it down here because it would be stupid to take it in. But I think I took it in. Yeah. So I don't have a bait towel down here today. Shucky, darn. Another good thing to carry with you when you go fishing, baby wipes. Well, you can, clean your hands off as opposed to just drying them off. Fortunately, I got fresh water over here on the dock that I can use to rinse off. Let's see. Hey! Real life, I think I said howdy, but if not, howdy. Hey, Mike Irvin, good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Appreciate you guys watching. Please do hit that thumbs up. And I am trying hard to get watch hours. Last year when I was here, I had a lot of people watching. I don't know what I'm doing different this year. I mean, I'm even vertical and everything. Let me make sure I am charging. Yeah. So I know this has limited appeal, but Hitch and I had a discussion about it yesterday. The DJI Mic Mini. So I'm talking about, if you get the receiver and transmitter, not just the single transmitter that you can use for like Bluetooth, but the transmitter the receiver that plugs into the phone, as well as, so it does have pass-through charging, but I hooked it up yesterday to my battery pack, and it would show charging for like 30 seconds and then stop charging, but the mic was still working. I couldn't figure it out because I was like, I know it has pass-through charging, and Hitch said he didn't think his did. So I went back to the house. I got down to like 1% and had to and realized what was happening. But went back up to the house and did some testing yesterday. So I had it plugged into the power bank, the USB-A cable to the USB-C on it. If I hook to USB-C, it works fine. Or if I hook to USB-A to C, if I'm using like a wall charger, I think the voltage just wasn't quite high enough to allow the pass-through charging. So I got that fixed. So I thought I'd share. Because sharing is caring. We'll see if I have another pinfish in here that Saturday night I came out and got some bait. Nope, they're all left. Because it was too windy to even think about going live or really even fishing. I got some bait, put it in there. Had it tied off a paracord. It broke the paracord. So I came out here, grabbed my bait bucket, and there was no bait bucket. So I luckily had a south wind, so it was on shore. It was filled with sand, so the pinfish were expired, but they were still fresh to use for cut bait. Man, I wish I had a chicken leg to use on the net. I don't want to put a piece of shrimp on there. Even the salted shrimp, those little pinfish will peck that sucker right off. What I could do, so yesterday this was my lucky rod. And I can't cast this one very far once I've got the other ones out, because I have to cast it from my right side. And it's hard enough with all the dot poles, whatever these things are, and then not hitting the roof. We're not going to talk about that. Let's see how this one's doing. So close up, I was getting pretty good action. Yeah, we're going to turn this guy into cut bait. Let me go fillet off one side of him. Gig told me that yesterday. He's like, hey, genius, why don't you fillet the baits instead of just putting them out dead whole. That did a good job for me. That way I can use a fillet for bait and use the head and the other side for my crab trap. There's my little fillet off the side. And this will probably also give me a better chance of catching some catfish, which is not necessarily the joy that I'm looking for. But fish is fish when you're live streaming. And these little pinfish have reasonably tough skin, so they stay on the hook pretty well. Yep, not very far, but that's also the plan. The two sail cats, I think, came off with this rod. I don't know if that was just coincidence or not. So I left my crab trap out overnight because, I'm sorry, crab net. It's an important distinction because the crabs just crawl into the net and then crawl out anytime they want, whereas a trap that can't. Left pinfish on overnight and it was gone this morning finally. Didn't have any hits yesterday on it. Didn't look like they even touched it. It looked like there may have been a little catfish slime on the trap, or the net. So it may have been a catfish that got it. I have the bait on a hook, although I'm not trying to hook anything. I just keep the bait on there. I was talking about with Ashley's dad. He's like, well, we should just take one of them catfish, cut it open and use that. And I was like, that would have been a good idea. And I've never used these nets. I got the metal ones. And I'll try to show you kind of how I've got them rigged. So they make them out of either cloth or metal. And here the metal ones are supposed to be better. So I got two weights down in here. Right now I've got mono tied on there, but I'm going to tie some cordage instead. So it comes with the 3 cords on it, already tied on. So it lays down like this. And, the problem is you don't want it laying like this. Because, you have a crab sitting here, he's on top of some of these, and then when you go to pull it up, you just flip him off. So they put a couple of bobbers on the line going up. The idea, if you can get it perfect, it's going to sit like this. But if not, it still sits like this, they can get in. And you put a couple of weights to keep it on the bottom. So I don't have this one fully rigged up yet. But that's kind of how it works. And we're going to come back here. We're going to sit and we're going to rest. See, I know a lot of you guys know NJ Fishing Maniac. Let's see. Welcome to some more. Temp was 29. Frost, even 2 days. Yeah. Yeah, it's but it's just the bottom circle's about, I think, 11 inches. Top one's like 18, I believe. And they're really, it seems really cool. you know, you watch NJ and man, he's just over here talking, you know, just interact. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to join you. You know, somebody says something really stupid, and he like that was really stupid, and I love the way that he interacts. I don't, and he doesn't hold a tablet. He apparently has good eyesight. Whippersnappers. Oh, right rod, and that's the one that has the fillet on it. So all these are circle hooks. They're the 5/0, 3X heavy wire, blah blah blah, Austin Wrangler hooks. I've been using those for some of my knot testing. They don't bend very much. I found out through my knot testing that some of these hooks are crap. Like I have some 1/0s that, well, they were just crap. Bending on 20-pound line. Of course, maybe they're not rated for that. I don't know. Those are hard words. Leave me alone. So I'm waiting for him to hook himself. That could be a big pinfish. The way he's just smacking, smack, 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 smack. If you've ever caught a bluegill, you've caught a pinfish. They're the same way. A little peck, they will peck the snot out of anything. Yesterday I'd seen some action like this. I'm like, well, let me go check, see if there's any bait, you know, after nothing. Little half-pound hardhead on it. Guess he was just sitting there chewing on his spoils. But this is acting, it's acting like a pinfish without, it's just pecking the whole time. Of course, catfish do that too. So my the two center rods, they've got 65-pound braid and I think a 60-pound shock leader. And when I say shock leader, so I can see the FG knot above the water. So I mean, it's got probably 30 feet or so of mono. All of these are, you know, have 20 plus feet of mono using the FG knot. And then these are running 20-pound mono or 20-pound braid, and either 20 or 40-pound mono as the shock leader. I've had 3 experiences here. One, I lost a rod. I mean, it was, you know, I had an Adirondack chair and had it over the back of the chair. And before I could reach over to grab it, the rod was in the water, up and over. And then I've had 2 break off. I had one that went to the dock next door and broke off, and one that went out straight. And I tightened down the drag and popped it. So I'm going with heavier line this time. You know, it could have been anything from a bull red to a big black drum to a stingray. A lot of things it could have been. I never got to see it. I never turned either one of them. I mean, they were just, and they were those drag peelers that you love, just zzz, you know, no brakes, nothing. Just moving the bait a little bit, see if whatever was messing with it wants to come back. Second rod's getting some love. Love may be a stretch. It's getting a little bit of attention. Like I say, these pinfish will peck you to death. I think they're worse than bluegill. At least bluegill will often just inhale it and go, "This is mine. See ya." Pinfish, I think all they do is peck. I'm wondering if he didn't clean me off on this one. And that fillet should still be on there. That fillet is no longer on there. Last night when I went to go in, so the cheeseburgers got ready, so I went up to the house for about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. Came back, I had one fish on, and all the other lines were where I left them. They were still tight and everything. When I reeled them in last night, I was fishing on credit. Come here, Skeeter. They're like, I don't want to be the next contestant on The Price is Wrong. Nope. These little guys can gyrate like no tomorrow. Okay, you need to stop. All right, we'll put a headpiece out. See what that does for us. A bunch of eelgrass down there, but take what you get, right? Yep. Trying to get a good piece of bone, and I'm not getting it. There we go. Sorry, the concert's free. Overpriced it free, but it's still free. Hope y'all are watching those rods for me. Let me check my crab net. Oh, let's see. Where are we at here? Pinfish are so much more lively. Oh, they are. Man, those things flip-flop like they do. Cheers, River Boss. Good to see you. Hey, Terry Smith. Good to see you, my man. Fishing every day. Wow. I'm hoping to be doing that every day this week. Excuse me. Sorry. Had to. Yeah, we love fishing. Hey, Skipjack Cindy. Hey, good to see you, River Boss. Good to see you guys. Guys, if you can hit that like button, I'd sure appreciate it. And I'm trying to get my watch hours up. I think I'm at like 2350, 2360 right now. If y'all have a chance and just want to leave me playing on the TV overnight with the volume off, I'd appreciate it. I was hoping to hit 3,000 watch hours this week, but it's not looking as good as I thought it would. Last time I was down here, man, I had all kinds of people in here. And now that I'm doing verticals, I thought it would be even better, but so far not so much. Now, yesterday I didn't. Wasn't such a bad deal because, I mean, I knew it. Well, I didn't know everybody and their mother would be live yesterday, but after the storm, everybody and their mother was live. And of course, when that Skipjack Cindy lady goes live, everybody's on her channel. It's like trying to compete with a celebrity. And this morning, I know that NJ's out there. And Anyfin is probably doing his members only show. So, you know, I'm not offended. I was just hoping to catch people that aren't normally part of the standard catfishing community. In addition to you fine folks. It's always nice to get new viewers, right? It reminds me of I don't want to say parable because that's not right, but something I heard at church from preachers. They're like, the problem with a lot of churches is they're trying to take fish from one aquarium and move them to the other, and we need to be recruiting more fish. Which, I mean, not necessarily a great analogy, but I mean, it's a good analogy, just maybe not the right verbiage. But yeah, I mean, you're not trying to steal members from other channels. You're trying to grow your own base. Maybe if I were more handsome and looked like NJ, maybe that'd help. I mean, I was thinking about going topless, but I don't know that that's going to help my viewership at all. Might pick up more blind people. I don't know. And Ashley went out, ran 25 miles yesterday. It was funny because she's planning the trip while we're in Memphis. She's telling me what she's, here's her route. And she ran over to the naval base over that direction. So then I'm going to come back. I'm going to go across into Alabama. I'm going to go across the Alabama Bay Bridge. And then I'm going to end up at Floribama. That's going to be my 25 miles. I'm going to need somebody to pick me up. Like, well, why don't you just not go as far that way and turn around quicker, and then you can end at home. She's like, well, because I want to go here and I want to go here. And then, if I stop at Floribama, I can get something to drink. Oh! So apparently Mama did not raise no fool. So her dad and her sister and me and the two boys met her at Floribama. Dropped $200. Which was actually not a big deal at all, because last time I was here, her dad cooked all the food and, provided a free place to stay. We went out to dinner. I think he picked up a bill a time or two. So I left a couple $100. I tried to give him the money. He wouldn't take it. So I left a couple $100 on the kitchen counter. And yesterday, I was sitting there and her dad walks up and says, I think you left this last time. I'm like, huh? Said, didn't you leave money on the counter? Well, yeah, you were supposed to keep that. I said, y'all wouldn't take it. He said, you're right. Here it is back. Okay. So that was $200. So I was like, well, spend it on late lunch yesterday. I'm like, oh, there you go. Of course, we got most of the benefit out of it, but still made me feel good. I dated this one girl for a while, met her dad, and went over to the area where he lived, and went out to a pizza place or something, and the check came, and they said, the waiter's like, is one check? I said, just one. And the check came and I grabbed it, and her dad was shocked. She's like, her ex-husband never even made the reach for the wallet attempt. The fake here. Oh man, I was too slow. He said never offered to pay a thing. I said, well, I'm dating your daughter. The least I can do is pay our part. I said, it's not like it's this huge bill. She's like, yeah, but I mean that guy, he never even attempted to nothing. I was like, well, I understand not having money. I've been there, but I mean, I'm not paying anything for lodging. You know, to come down here and stay in a hotel would be easily 200 a night, probably closer to 3 or 4 a night. I mean, I'm getting a hell of a deal. Oh, rod number 2 is getting some attention. Now that could be because the 3 rods on the left all have live pinfish. It could be the pinfish pulling. Oh, got all excited. I'm checking my crab net over here. I'm like, what is it? Oh, there's something gray in there. Oh, those are my weights. Oh well. I had these delusions of grandeur where I was just going to be, pulling in a couple of crabs every 10 minutes. Apparently, I'm not as brilliant as I thought I was. Watching the channel, it's Cajun Girl Outdoors. She's probably early 20s. She was out with her son, and she's a good little Louisiana girl. She was out there with twine, a chicken leg tied on the end. You throw those out, and you wait till the twine starts moving, and you just slowly pull it in. Put a net in the water, and that chicken leg, and it looked like fun. Of course, that was in the bayou. Well, I had the one good hit on the right rod. I have rebaited it. Huh. And I'm fishing the incoming tide. High tide's supposed to be around 1 o'clock Central. Low tide tonight somewhere around 11. Or maybe the high tide's at 11 and low tide's, I don't remember. Apparently tides are important down here. But to me, it's kind of like fishing freshwater. Go when you can. Let's see. Hey, Randy Rhino. Good to see you, my friend. Glad to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Terry, I have not caught a fish off anything but the bait rod. I've caught a few pinfish off the bait rod, but that's just to put pinfish on the fishing rods. Had decent action on this right rod on a fillet, and it stole the bait, so I put another fillet out there. This second from the left rod has gotten some taps, but that may just be the live pinfish pulling. I got 4-ounce pyramid sinkers on all these, and they're Carolina rigged. The far right rod is maybe 15 feet off the dock. The others, the left one is left out towards the dock next door. The other two are kind of out front left a little bit, probably 20, 30 yards up. You see, there goes that second rod again. Had a little fish jump out there. I've seen something flipping a few times. I don't know what it is. And probably if I had any sense, I'd put a top water on and try to catch it. But I don't know if you guys realize how lazy I truly am. Last night I actually was like, do you have any more rods? I'm like, oh, honey. Because I have some stuff down here, but I don't know what I had. So I brought more. So I brought these 4. I've got another 4 spinning rods in the bedroom. I've got at least 3 or 4 rods out in the truck still, in addition to what was already here. The only thing I'm using that was already here is the bait rod. because I knew I wanted to do some surf fishing, and I knew I wanted to have some heavier equipment for the dock. And usually when I leave, I fish hard and I don't want to leave, so it's just put everything up as best I can and go home. But I need to take more with me than I brought this time so that I don't make a nuisance out of myself and leave all of it in his garage. So what do you guys want to talk about today? Chat is what makes these live streams work. So Terry, I'm fishing on the Intracoastal Waterway in Florida, directly over here, about halfway to that island. Well, the island is Alabama, but the marker, the state line, is somewhere in the middle here. Then over here to the left, kind of like straight ahead and just veering a little bit left, that is Florida. That's the barrier island. Perdido Bay is to the right and up. Pensacola Bay is to the left. I doubt you can see it. Oh, there's a little fish jump. There's a bird out there on the water. I doubt it shows up on the phone though. It's pretty far out. I've seen several egrets, herrings, whatever. Corrosive East Springs. I am in the Intracoastal Waterway in Pensacola, Florida. I've never been saltwater fishing until I came down here with Ashley. I haven't been to the coast since I was a kid, and of course, didn't go fishing. I was like, "Ooh, look, ocean or Gulf." Never actually seen. Yeah, I have seen the Pacific from a plane. I don't think I've ever seen the Atlantic Ocean. Um, but saltwater fish, so freshwater fishing, until you run into something like a snakehead or for me, it would be, a muskie, things like those. I'd still probably, I'd have a good idea what I caught when I caught it. Down here, I have no idea what I've caught fish and like, I don't know what this is. There's my second rod tapping again. All of them are on either clicker, the bait casters are on clickers, and the spinning reels all have, both of those have rear drags on them. So I should hear some noise or something out of everything if it gets hit. The spinning reels, they don't really make much noise when they let the drag out. But the bait casters absolutely have good clickers on them. If I hook into something nice, I hope it's on the bait casters. One, they've got heavier line, but I also like reeling bait casters more than I do spinning. Just feels like you get a better transfer of energy, or I don't know. Using big words that make me sound smart. I think that they think that they make me sound smart. Yeah, peacock bass are further south. I'm up here, like I say, right at Alabama. I do not have any pets, although my girlfriend is my emotional support animal. Turns out they don't eat free anywhere. All my life, I've been attracted to bigger girls because I'm a big guy. And when I met Ashley, she was supposed to tell me to go pound sand. I mean, that was the goal in saying hi to her, was for her to just reject me. She didn't, and she has lost 40 or 50 pounds since I met her because she's been really working hard on running and going to the gym and all that kind of stuff. Let me tell you guys, fat girls are fun. Skinny girls are where it's at. You take her out to dinner, I get my meal and half of hers. She don't eat that much. Or if you can get a big girl that's had bariatric surgery, you can get 3/4 of their food. Just saying. But Ashley is an amazing woman. I think back to a lot of people I've dated since I got divorced. And I look back, I'm like, I would have happily settled for a lot of them. And it would have been settling. I mean, but they're, not bad people. But I look at Ashley and I'm like, and I'm not saying just in the looks department or the size or anything, just I'm attracted to lost puppies. And Ashley is not a lost puppy. She's got her crap together. She's getting her master's degree. She has a full-time career already. She doesn't have a ton of debt. I don't think she really has any except for her car and her house. Because a lot of these people have come out of divorces. The story always is, oh, my husband ran up the credit card bill and I got stuck with all these bills when we got divorced. I'm like, I'm just not interested in financing the life experiences you had with somebody else. I don't mind financing the trip to Cancun. I just want it to be my trip to Cancun, not his. And she's got her stuff together. It's a hard combo to find. And she's young and hot, but that's a whole different issue. Well, when I say young, she ain't that young. I don't say that negatively. I'm not interested in a 30-year-old. A lot of guys my age are, but thank you, but no thank you. I'm not interested in raising a wife. I can make pop culture references from when I was into pop culture, and she gets them. Phrases like Mikey likes it, or Billy's mom made liver too. I don't know if she knows that one, but the old commercials that were funny. Back when commercials were funny. But she hates country music. Sometimes with bands that we go see, put in a country tune or two, and she's like, "Oh, get me out of here." She's a big fan of the Foo Fighters, and I couldn't have told you a song by the Foo Fighters. I mean, I knew some of them. I just didn't know they were by the Foo Fighters. But now I know more of them. Because I was never into, was it Nirvana that he was part of, Dave Grohl? I think he was the drummer for Nirvana. And he's the lead singer for the Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters is one of those bands I'd heard of, but that's as far as it went. Yeah, I've heard the name. Of course, I found that Kiss is one of those bands everybody's heard of, but if you ask people to name 5 songs, most of them are going, Gene Simmons? No, it's not a song. And if the water were warmer, I'd get down and see what, I don't know if those are oysters or just giant, giant barnacles. From here, they look to be about the size of a $50. And they look like barnacles because they've got the holes at the end. Her dad goes down periodically and scrapes them down because they can damage the wood. I'm always glad to see oysters, though, because oysters clean the water. And they used to have good oyster population down here. And as I understand it, there's one of those really big storms a decade or two ago that was coming in. It may have been Rita. I may be wrong on that. Anyway, big storm that came through. They was supposed to just. Oh no, it was the oil spill. Excuse me, it was the oil spill. It was supposed to just wreck everything up here. With I think a storm was also helping the oil spill move, and they basically made open season on oysters. No limits, no nothing. Take all you want because they're going to die anyway. Well, they obliterated the population, but the spill never got up here. And they're trying to get the population to come back. And then, of course, with as much buildup as they have out here, a lot of these are on septic systems. So they have raw sewage that leaks in. And so even the oysters that are in here are not safe to eat. But I'm hoping if they get enough of an oyster population that it can clean the water enough that they can be harvestable again. Plus, it brings in the fish that feed on shellfish. Trying to catch another pinfish or two. They seem to be few and far between during the early mornings. Ashley's training for, she did a 50K the last 2 years. Of course, the first time she said, "Don't let me sign up for this again." And then she signed up for it again. And then this last time I said, "Are you going to tell me not to let you sign up and then you're going to do it anyway?" She changed from the 50K to 50 miles. And now one of her running friends is wanting to do the 100K. I think they also do a 100-miler as well in that event. She's like, "Are you trying to push me into the 100K?" I was like, "Nah, you do what you want to do." But the 100-miler starts the day before the 50K. And they run all night. I can't understand it. Of course, a lot of people can't understand sitting out here watching flagpoles. So, to each his own. If a bass fisherman had to do this kind of fishing, they'd probably go absolute nuts. I ain't fishing. You ain't casting and retrieving 30 times a second. That ain't fishing. And my old shoulders are glad not to be doing a bunch of casting and retrieving. Had a little bite there. I'm glad it's not windy today because it's cooler today than it was yesterday. Terry, we ain't much on politics here. All politics do is divide people. It's no longer about what what politicians are going to do. It's how much you hate the other guy. They quit caring about what they're doing. Let's see, live chat. There we go. Come on. Sorry, I'm trying to pull my chat up here. Never been to Pensacola. Lived in Broward County for 7 years or so. Yeah. Is Broward County the one that's got the Sheriff Grady Judd? It's one of those down there. Yesterday he caught about 50 bass. Largemouths? I mean, any kind of bass is still impressive. I mean, 50 largemouth is definitely impressive. You're getting a good school though. It's definitely fun. Well, thank you, Mike Irwin. I will definitely keep my top on. So the weather's been good. We had the storm Sunday, but it never got to the red zone. The red zone kind of petered out right before it got to Mobile. There was a lot of wind Sunday evening. Yesterday was pretty good. It was a little windy. The morning was kind of calm like this, and then the wind picked up. Look at the wake coming in off that boat. Boat's long gone. Wake's still here. But it's I think it's going to be mid-high 60s today. It's going to be around 70 all week, which is nice. And I haven't had any storms come through. Like a lot of times it'll rain, for 30 minutes or an hour, and then an hour later look like nothing happened. You got a nice sized barge coming through. It looks like a barge and a tug pushing it. And that barge is weird looking. You'll see it when it comes through. It's got like doors on the front of it. It's not like a grain barge or anything. I don't know what it is. don't think I've ever seen a barge that had living quarters. I thought the living quarters was always on the tug. Got a lot of W-shaped things on top of it. It's not like sonar spinning or anything. I don't know what those are. Ooh, dolphin over on the left. I know that helps when y'all can't see it. We can fix that nonsense. So the one thing I do not want to hook into is a dolphin, because I don't know, they're just cute. Yeah, so you can see that barge. See, it's got doors on the front. Front of it, get those W-looking things. And there, let me figure out which one of these turns the ball head. I have a ball head on this one instead of the, what is that? The fluid head that I like better. But anyway, so just in front of the dock next door is where I last saw the dolphin come up. I don't know where he's headed. Oh, missed him. I said dock next door, and it actually wasn't the dock. Come on, which one? Where's my twister? There he is. It was actually in front of that dock now. So he could be really close to my lines. See where he comes up next. But he's like right behind that boat. There he was right in there. There he, oh, look at, see him. Oh, right there. Beautiful dolphin. Sorry, I'm going to take y'all with me. There he goes under this dock. You probably couldn't see him, but he was, oh, beautiful. I was going to say, I can't walk with this. Walk with me. There he is. Just went under right there. Oh, Jesus. Oh, there was a step there. That hurt. At least I'm not in the water, right? There he comes up. See him? Ah, beautiful. Sorry if I said anything when I missed that step. That was a close-up dolphin. Love those things. I grew up watching Flipper. Something just was over there before oh, there's another one right here. Look at that dolphin. Look at him. Oh, what a beautiful creature. Oh, and he's rolling under the water. He's just, oh, so gorgeous. That's the second dolphin. I don't know if that little swirl is from him. Let's see if another one comes by. That was gorgeous. Oh, or something just jumped over. Where's that stupid little button that lets me get a, yeah, Julie. That was the second one, and we got a much better picture of him, or her. I thought on these lives there was a little button that I could hit. Yeah, there's a highlight. Good. Go ahead and come back and make a short out of it. Sorry. I'm trying to get the little ring on the back to pop off. That's what that was. That way I can put my finger through it, and if I can keep my index finger out of the way. Just seeing if anything else comes up. I mean, that one was 10 feet away from me. Just so beautiful. And I'm so glad that neither one of them decided to eat my pinfish. I say, I do not want to catch a dolphin. Oh, there's a. Oh no, that's just jet skis. Nobody cares about them. Sorry, that was almost clickbait. My bad. Okay, we'll get you guys back on the tripod. Apologize for walking around like an imbecile, but I am what I am, and that's all. Get my tripod spun back around in the right spot ish. Oh, what up? I heard something behind. Oh, it was just a little fish jumping. These dolphins, I mean, they're amazing, beautiful creatures. Just beautiful. Yeah, the way he rolled, I was like, that's cool. Like, does he know? Does he see me and he just wants to say hey? I don't know. But folks, if you haven't hit that thumbs up, go ahead and do it, because if you can't, if you don't hit the thumbs up, bad things will happen to you. Like, you'll be stuck watching my live stream without any fish. And the dolphins do come through here, fairly. I've seen them at least once every trip at some point. I was out on my kayak last trip here, and I was a little further up there out on the water, and I saw these two fins. I'm like, shark, let me cast over there. I want to catch a shark. And a kayak was probably an idea I could have had. And then I realized it was two dolphins. Like, nope, give me the line back. I don't want to catch them. They are still playing out there further off. I mean, even if I showed the camera, you couldn't see them. Man, for it to come that close, that's beautiful. Maybe that's why the pinfish aren't here. Like, dolphins are going to come through here, and we don't want eaten. And it's so funny because when I was growing up, so there was apparently before my time, there was a show called My Friend Flicka, which I think was also about a dolphin. And then I grew up with Flipper, which was the two boys whose dad was a park ranger or wildlife officer or whatever. And they had a semi-pet dolphin. They had a little dolphin call and grab onto its fin, and they'd drag them around. And it was their wild friend, and they throw mullet to it or whatever, and get it to do little tricks. But down here, it is actually illegal. So not just manatees. You cannot touch any of these sea critters. You cannot initiate contact. So, like, if one brushes up against you, you're not in trouble. But you can't go, chase one around. You can be in the water near them. If they come up to you, I guess you can touch them, but you can't harass the wildlife. And that goes for dolphins too. I just had a little tap on my rod. I don't think I'm in frame. I'm just over here to the right of my rods. Got a bait rod. I'm trying to catch some more pinfish because you can never have too much bait, in theory. I'd like to catch a croaker or some more of those sand trout, something. I'd love to catch a big jack crevalle. Oh, there's some jet skis coming in. They'll come in from the left-hand side behind them, and they saw it. There was a dolphin. They're going to turn around and harass it, I bet. It's about 50 yards behind those two jet skis. Yeah, he's coming up towards them. At least they're not harassing it. They just kind of stop. They just want to look at it. That's nice. The squirt bikes down here seem to be better behaved than on lakes. Yeah, they're just idling around over there trying to catch a glimpse. Oh, there's two. Whoops. There's two dolphins over there. Let me spin you guys around because flagpoles ain't that exciting. Let's see. Yeah, you can see the jet skiers there. I don't know if we're going to see the dolphins because I can barely see the jet skis. What's weird is I'm seeing, I don't know what I'm seeing. I'll show it to you. Yeah, in front of them is the dolphins now. Like somewhere over in this area. But they're pretty far out. Yeah, they just surfaced just to the left of. Oh, there we go. Sorry. But if we look out here at the water, you see those different areas where it looks like water trying to crash over a sandbar, but there's no sandbar there. So I don't know. It could be old waves from boats that have passed by. Thumbs up definitely helped the fish bite. Made the dolphins show up. Let's see. Yeah, you're not going to see them inland. Yeah, I see them once or twice every trip down here. Never seen them that close. They have been around the dock before, but not to the point that I could have jumped in and said howdy. Terry, we don't talk about politics. There's no point, man. I can tell you that most of the people in here are Republicans because we're fishing. Ain't a lot of PETA folks in here. But being a Republican and being a firm Trump supporter are not the same thing necessarily. For instance, the Gulf of America, that was dumb, in my opinion. There was no point. If Biden had renamed it, people would be going absolutely nuts. But I just don't see a point in renaming it. I mean, I don't see the point. All it does is, at best, causes confusion, and at worst is just jockeying for nonsense with Mexico. I think it was just a, hey, look what we can do. If you want my honest opinion, I think he's trying to do too much too fast. And going about it all the wrong way. Fired all those workers, and now I suspect he's going to end up having to pay them for being off work. He likes to do a lot of stuff that he thinks he is allowed to do by virtue of being president, but he really doesn't have the authority to do. Anywho, see, you got me to start talking politics. Take my microphone off for a minute and run up the house and get a couple more speaking gigs. I knew I had it. Oh well. Hey everybody, I am back, and I have good news. On my way back up the house, to get my spiky rigs in the shallower water, I saw a crab. So, rig up this sabiki rig. So, the one I've been using, these are the hooks, tiny. These are considerably larger. And I'm not sure if they're too big or not, but I do know we're gonna find out. Hey, Valentine. Welcome in, welcome in. Glad to have you in here. Pull this one down, one hook. Two flies, there's a third fly. That's weird. There's a third fly. Oh, these only have 3 flies. Well, the smaller ones have 6 flies. And I was going to cut it down to 3, but now I don't have to do that. You know what? There's a chance that I already cut the second half of this one off. Yep, because that is the bottom swivel. Apparently, I'd already had this brilliant idea previous time. Give me a second here. Oops. Try with these bigger flies. I don't know what the results. I don't remember the results from the last time. Although it could have been I was trying to catch skipjack with the other one. I don't know. Get this cut off. Better use top swivel from the last sabiki rig. There, maybe just a couple minutes. Appreciate y'all watching. Please do hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. Good trailing knot on here. I like the trailing knot for a lot of reasons. One is the strength. The other is it slides really well. So when you cinch it up, you can slide it down towards the end of your line better. Some of the other knots. Who's it?
Get me something to play with?
Well, for one, I'm live. So.
Yeah,
Okay.
what we? I know. I see you put up something for me.
I'll get the sabiki rig ready.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh. Did you check your license yet?
No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure it's still valid because.
I think so. I think I did it last summer.
Yeah, I don't think you did it the same time I did mine.
Yeah, I think the first time we came, I didn't bother because I didn't really.
Well, that was actually a free fishing day the first time. We just got lucky on that one. That was the fish free day.
Yeah, maybe that's what I've been doing.
And then yeah, you were bait queen last trip. So these have a bigger hook. I don't know if that's going to be better or worse.
I got the hard carp, snip, lobster, saltwater, and July 6th.
There you go.
Yes, I am still valid. Making sure.
So you're not an invalid. Good.
We are following the rules and being appropriate.
Yes.
Doing great stuff. Ooh, some good stuff going on.
Really? Yep. So down here are going to be little shrub pieces that I cut up. You didn't bring no gloves, did you? Did you bring any no English too?
I used it on my laptop. I got phase 1 then.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So I've not been getting a lot of action. Not with English today. They seem to vacate the premises in the mornings, but
Yeah, there was
yeah, and there's look down here, you'll see a bunch of little, I mean, like half-inch spots, like right here on this one. So that's just information. And I am going to go yell if you hear any of the lines go nuts. I'm going to go try to find that crab in shallow water.
I'll probably move somewhere different too, so I can be somewhere sunshiny.
Ah, crap. My sticky rig package went flying. I never did put my microphone up. Sorry, folks. Ashley's down here with me. She's going to be doing the pin fishing for a few minutes. And I'm going to be off camera up here. I brought the crab net closer to shore. Like I said, when I was walking back to the house earlier to get some more sabiki rigs, I saw something moving. I'm like, that's a crab. So, and because the water's shallow enough, I can see how my net's sitting. And those floats are pulling up the lines enough, but they're not pulling up even the bigger of the two rings of the crab net, which is good. So it's laying flat on the bottom. If I weren't such a doofus, I'd go put on my polarized sunglasses. So the dock is about 6 to 7 feet deep, depending on where the tide is. At least the part I'm fishing.
Yeah, it's like 10-ish out here.
Yeah, I think where the boat is, it gets a little deeper because the washout there.
And there's some weird spot that was dug out
Okay, here's my sunglasses. Okay, so as we go shallower, so there's eelgrass as deep as I can see. And it's like the brown eelgrass. I would consider it dead. I think live grass should be green, but that's just me. So I'm in, I'd say maybe 2 or 3 feet of water where I've got the crab net right now, or crab, yeah, net. I got the right word that time. And they're not very big, but that's where it's easier to see things moving. because it's just a light tan color. I don't know, like sand color. Odd how that works. And I've been looking for, hermit crabs and anything like that. Did a short on hermit crabs last year that just everybody loved. Or at least the shorts feed liked it. Maybe a better way of putting it. ZZ Top may sing about cheap sunglasses, but I ain't sure they're that great. But I can see my crab net. And I can see the bait on my crab net. So if something gets in it, I should be able to see it. And crabs are fun little guys to watch. Most people don't get the opportunity. Of course, they walk sideways, which makes them, that's the crab walk. But they'll grab on, they chew on stuff. They kind of clean the bottom. They're looking for dead stuff to chew on. Like I say, the bait I've got in there is a pinfish that has had one side filleted off. So it's the head and one side of the meat and the skeleton. So they've got, should be something they'd want to eat. But you can hear the water action from the waves from the boats going by. I would hate to be something in this water just getting blown around all darn day. I watched the hermit crabs last summer. Yeah, it was a couple feet of water, so I just went out and picked one up. I let it loose, and it'd walk out, get a couple feet. Next wave would come out, push it right back where it came from. Ooh, I see some little minnows. Well, she just used that word I did not want to hear. Jellyfish. Well, I saw a couple of little things looked like about the size of an oyster that looked like they might have been jellyfish, and I was doing wishful thinking.
Smaller orange size, maybe. I don't know how low down it is in the water. And it's
That's about the size of what I saw. So those are jellyfish.
I think it's a jellyfish of sorts because it'll kind of puff up and see.
Yeah.
And it
Pretend I'm muting this. It looks like labia.
I mean, it may not be a jellyfish. It may be something else.
No, it definitely has that jellyfish shape and everything.
Yeah, because of the way it changes.
Yeah.
Shape so well.
So Ashley got stung by a jellyfish last summer. Fortunately, huh? I thought it was just 1 year, but maybe. Yeah, because we wouldn't have. We'd gone out with a beach guide to do a little surf fishing, and he was insanely cheap, like $125 for 4 hours, something like that. Whereas Perdido Blaine is like, he was over 400 for 4 hours. I was like, no, I don't need to go that bad. Anyway, and they were talking jellyfish because, of course, Ashley has been out here a lot more than I have. Well, something was over here and stirred the water up. I don't know what stirred the water up over here. Sorry. Over by the crab net, checking it. They were talking about jellyfish. And because Ashley had been stung by one before. And later that trip, we went over a little state park, just kind of beached the boat, and we're hanging out in the water. And I went over onto the Gulf side, and there was this, it looked like about this big around, faint looking purple outline of a like 4-leaf clover. I'm like, that is so cool. I went to grab to figure out what, and as soon as I touched, I'm like, that's a jellyfish. And I didn't go any further, didn't get stung. She got stung later that day. And jellyfish are weird. Apparently, if you touch it with just the palm of your hand, the little injectors.
Part of it you touch.
Well, yeah, but like the injectors can't penetrate the thicker skin on the palms. And even they say that probably pantyhose are thick enough, you know, if you wanted to wear pantyhose, whatever. But anyway, whether it's true or not, I'm still not planning to pick one up. And of course, there are jellyfish that don't have any stingers on them. It's the one that have the long tentacles. Check my baits. This is the one to fillet. Now this is the one with head. It's the only one that's not a full live, or didn't start off as a full live one anyway. Send him out a little further. That was a good distance for not being able to cast well because of having poles and roofs and stuff. Yeah, I think we've had a good hatch. And it's weird. I don't know if you could see, I don't know what they look like on there. I swear the barnacles are like about the diameter of a $50 and then fairly long, like a couple of.
They're bigger than that, I would say.
Oh, okay, because the ones I've seen are little bitty ones on on other YouTube channels. Yeah, if it were warmer, if the water were warmer, I'd get in there and do it myself. Because barnacles make good sheep's head bait. I'm hung on the bottom over here pretty good. Feels like I'm dragging a bunch of seagrass. Huh. Am I ever? I'm not even sure if this is considered. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I do. That's wire. It's coated wire. So this one has lost his head, literally. When he went out, he was live. He is now the horseman of headlessness. So something had a hold of him. And I just heard a good little click. Yeah, it was definitely a seahorse. But that was a piece of coated wire. So second rod's getting hit. And hit may not be the right thing. It could be the pinfish doing its. Unless you know a recipe for jellyfish, I don't care anymore. Sorry, let me get my correct glasses on here. So this is a piece of coated wire. It's got a little bit of crustacean growth on it. And then some of the grass has tried to root to it. That was attached to the other rod, or to the hook on the other rod. So I'll put that in the trash bag. Let's see what everybody's talking about in here. Let's see. Love my content. Thank you. Hey, Hitch, are you still here, brother? If you are still here, I've got good news for you. Even if you're not still here, I still have good news for you. So remember, we're talking about the DJI Mic Mini, and that's using the receiver and the transmitter combo. So the receiver plugs into the phone, and you said that I told you that it's supposed to have pass-through charging, and you said you weren't sure about that. Well, the reason it didn't work, I was using the USB-A port Uh, well, this used to be a live pinfish too, and now it's just very little of something. So the we got. She got a pinfish, which is just in time because I needed one. So I was using the USB-A out on my power bank, and it would connect. It would say it was charging for maybe 30 seconds, and then it would stop. But it still was using the, it still keep the microphone working. And so I went inside. One, two. You got one piece of bait on top. If you want to come over here, I'll bait you up again. Went inside, and on AC it worked fine on the AC adapter. And so I looked up some more. It said you need, like on a laptop, you use the USB-C with at least, I think it said 2 volts. That would be enough. So 5 volt 2 amp. And I thought that, most USB-A will do that. But in any case, I hooked it on the USB-C, which are on mine are marked the PD for power distribution or whatever. And then it worked. So it does actually do pass-through charging. It was just that I was not giving enough volts and amps and stuff. Okay.
It's chilly in the shade and in the wind.
Are you getting a lot of bites or just not much?
That was the first one I got.
Okay, because I haven't gotten a lot of bites either. Okay, because I went to those bigger hooks and I wasn't sure if that was becoming detrimental. There we go. So I'm cutting off these spiny fins and enough of the tail that he puts out some scent. Also means he acts more like an injured fish and can't swim as far. Last night I decided I was going to go in. I'd taken a dinner break. When I came back, one of them had a fish on it. And this one got all hooked up in the sinker. But he's still breathing. The other 3 were still tight and where I had left them. So I just assumed nothing had hit them. Fishing on credit on all 3 of them. Okay, so one was fishing mostly on credit. One was hung up on itself, and one was hung up on a piece of wire. So let's see. Sevcat, I don't know what that means, but hey. Yeah, so I've been real happy, and today I've not lost battery like I did yesterday. So I was, very happy with the results because that was going to be a deal breaker for me. Yep. Yeah, I saw a few of them earlier, and I was like, yeah, the ones I've been seeing are about the size of a shucked oyster.
Yeah, quarter.
So Hitch, I didn't catch anything on my crab net yesterday. I left it out overnight, and the bait was gone this morning. Of course, didn't, looked like it had a little catfish slime on it, which wouldn't surprise me. But as I was walking the house earlier on the dock, I saw something moving, and it was a crab. So I moved my net shallower, and I can see my bait, and I can see the net, and I cannot see a crab on it. So that's good, right? I mean, at least I know the crabs are out. At least one was. And I've got those floats on there to keep the braille lines from being in the net itself. The fact that I'm using fluorescent green line may not be helping me for attaching it to the dock. But I at least know they're moving. And I can see how it sits on the bottom. So the braille lines are pulled up, but it's not pulling even the outer ring off of the bottom. So it's a good flat surface for them. Let's see. Let's just put this over. Weird part is, realized I'd left my bait towel in the house. I had one in the other pocket on this chair. It's in the either the garage or right outside the garage. It's a lounge chair. And Hitch, I know you have an Alexis, but man, you need an Ashley. Ashleys are awesome. I mean, I'm sure Alexis is awesome too. But this girl is a trooper and a half. She's out here catching bait for me. And she's working on her schoolwork earlier. Came out here for a break. She's always good to hang out with. I do have to bait her hook, take the fish off, but that's okay. Yeah, she's still catching them. And she's a good kisser. Y'all don't need to know that. Hey, Glacier Shark. I have not gotten anything today yet except for pinfish. Had a couple of decent bites. Did have a dolphin come through earlier. Hope to make a short out of that later. I mean, he was like just 5 feet off the dock and close enough to surface you could easily see him. He even did a little belly roll for me. Terry, my day has been pretty good. I mean, I am on vacation, sitting on the dock. It's not too hot. It is bluebird skies, so that's usually not a great indicator of fishing conditions, but I don't care. I am sitting out here drinking water, hanging out with you awesome people, and watching rod number 2 do a little bit of dipping. And let me see if I can remember, is that the one? That's the one that, yeah, he was still, that was the one that kind of the hook got caught on the sinker. And he seemed a little alive. So that could be just him pulling. Or it could be. We're about to have the takedown of the century. So differences from yesterday. Yesterday, apparently the wind was killing Ashley. But I was using cut bait yesterday. I tried one live bait and I managed to hit something on the way out that he got a free ride. He got his freedom. So everything was cut bait. What? Oh, Ashley's not having, she missed one. So I'm using, I got 2 live baits out. The left rod, that the one that lost its head? Yeah. And he was wrapped up in some wire down there, so I got him free, and so he's a headless body now. and the right rod is a fillet. But the two center ones are whole live pinfish with a little snip work. I think it was Salt Strong I saw it on. They cut off the tail just right at the end, so it bleeds just a little bit. Hook it through the tail after that, the back tail part, yeah, and cut off the fins. Cut off the dorsal fin. I've been a little lazy on the other fins. So even if that is a pinfish, if that's the pinfish doing its little dance down there, they usually do that when they're agitated because something wants to eat them. Or he could just be agitated because he's got a hook in his butt. I don't know. That looked like a decent. So these the two center rods, those are the casting rods. They say they're extra heavy action, but they have a decently soft tip on them for an extra heavy. Feels like more of a medium heavy tip. Maybe heavy, I don't know. And then the two outside rods are both Spinfisher 6 combos, 6500s, live hunters. I really want one of those bait casters to go off with a big fish on it, because those are the Alios 400s. You got 65-pound braid and I think 60-pound leader on them. And I'd like to catch what's been breaking me off, and I'd like to give those reels a good workout. Comes a big catamaran, yachtish. I don't know what it is. It's got a boat. It's got a little boat on the back, so I guess that technically makes it a yacht. I don't know. I just can't imagine having that much money to spend on a boat and not have fishing rods on it. Yeah, but I mean, that's like billfish fishing. Down at Floribama yesterday and saw a boat come in, had 7 outboards on it. 4 of them were matched to each other, and then between the 4, it was like one big, one not as big, one big. So it was 3 and 4, but they were interdispersed. I'm sitting there going, 7 outboards on a boat. That's got to be $100 just to crank that sucker up. Well, baby love. Yeah, I saw it earlier. We're getting big wakes on the shore right now. One of the crab net, see if there's anything in it. I don't see anything. And that's because there was nothing. I'll put it under the dock a little bit, see if that helps. This one's got just a little slack in it. I don't know if that's just because I didn't tighten it down good enough earlier. It was good seeing y'all. Yeah. Tell your dad I said bye and thank you for everything. Yeah. Not while I'm live streaming. What do I need to edit out?
Now what are you in? Yeah, I had a couple of nibbles, but nothing really took. I was trying to be in the area where it was in and out of the light. And it was kind of moving back and forth.
Yeah.
They weren't impressed. Well, that's what I was thinking. That's how I got the first one. So I just went up with it.
Oh, your dad's coming down. Leave the mic down here and say goodbye. They are heading out. Head back home. Be back in a minute. I'm coming back, folks. So the story that has been being told is that high tide should be, I think it said 1 p.m. It better arrive soon. So I was walking along the beach. Lord have mercy. I don't know who that is and don't care. You know, Star will pick that up right now. Sorry about that. So I found that shell. These two shells, which one of them feels like it's got something in it, the other one's definitely empty. There he is. And then I did catch a crab by hand. He was laying on the beach. I don't know what kind he is. A little bitty, translucent guy. And I thought he was moving a little bit, but he feels hollow. If I can open up this other shell. Shell is very fragile, unbreakable, and empty. Yep. So, I don't know what I could possibly catch on this crab. I don't even know what kind it is. Probably not a sugar either. But he's also feeling a bit on the empty side. Let me get my mic back on. Let's see. Hey, Jerry Hager, good to see you. Hey, Travis, happy birthday, Travis. Try to catch me some pinfish. Spent a lot of time just trying to catch bait for whatever reason. Ash's dad and sister were here for the weekend. His original goal was to take the roof off the carport and replace it. And then the storm started coming. He's like, yeah, no. It's like, I don't have enough time before I've got to get back to work to finish the job. So I'm going to do it next time he comes down. I think her sister has to work tonight. So I've upsized my sabiki rig. It's a size 3 now. I thought the previous one was a size 4. I may be lying on that though, but I was expecting that meant size 4 hooks. That is not what that means. Look like size 10, size 12 hooks. Oh, there's a pinfish. Oh, I got something. That's a pinfish. Decent size one. I mean, compared to what are you? I don't need that hook in me. I mean, these guys, they move. They flip, flop, and everything else. Okay, now you and me are going to be friends while I pull that hook out of your mouth. And then we're going to cease being friends because I'm going to put you in a bait bucket. And you're not going to, ow, if you don't kill my fingers first. I try to keep the bait bucket up here, but then I put it back down there so it can rinse everybody off and rinse their dirty water and add some oxygen and, you know, the stuff that fish like. Keeps them alive and stuff. That was a pretty good pinfish. That, I may go back and get my a double hook rig and use him later. I don't know. Or I can use him as cut bait. Jerry Hager, do you make rod holders? For some reason, I'm thinking you do, but I also think I could be way wrong. Spend a lot of time being wrong. Oh, let's get that off top messages. All right. Yeah, they don't. Pinfish are like the bluegill of the sea. You don't? Okay. Yeah, I've been wanting to get some good bank rod holders. But I'm also, what's that word I'm looking for? It rhymes with cheap. Oh yeah, cheap. Sounds just like cheap, actually. Some of those bank rod holders cost almost as much as the rod they hold. I like this little setup because I can't drill into the dock because it's not my dock. So I've got some little spring-loaded dock clamps. They go between the boards and hook on the bottom and just stay there by friction. Hooked in some eye bolts and held that down. So it doesn't do any damage to the dock, and when I leave, you'll never know I was here. But I don't have to worry about rods going flying, which is a huge plus. I'm going to go bait searching again, check my crab net again. I'm going to try to catch something. Throw my bait rig over here near where the where my crab net is. Maybe the shrimp will bring the crab to the yard. Got a seagull flying. He's not doing anything useful like diving. Of course, it wouldn't do me any good if he was. Because I can't get where he's diving to. Did see some dolphin earlier. Got a really good shot of one. He came up probably 5 feet from the dock, up near the surface. So I did see a crab in that shallower water earlier, which is why I moved the crab net to the shallower water. So at least I know that crabs are moving. Oh, and here comes a damn pleasure boater. Although that could be his own dock he's going to, I don't know. Like a fishing ski style boat. Maybe a bow rider, I don't know. They like to fish the dock to the right of us. They have some speckled sea trout that hang out. Some up over there. I've seen charters come through and pull up there. I don't ever really see them catch much. Maybe it's one of those spots that everybody knows is a great place to fish because they hear it from somebody, but nobody ever catches anything. Oh. Not my monkey, not my circus, not my problem. Yeah, they're trolling around looking for something. I don't know if they're staring at the depth finder trying to find something or what. Kind of surprised that, on the fillet I'm not getting catfish bites. Like I say, the left rod has a headless fish, Oh, there's some little minnows going by. Little fry. They're probably half-inch long. Nice little school of them. 2 center rods should have live bait, and the right rod has a fillet de pinfish on it. No, pinfish head, excuse me. Which is not from the headless one. The headless one went out there with a head. Just that something decided to make lunch out of it. Happy with the results of these salted shrimp. I mean, they're staying on pretty good even when they rehydrate. So, those little pinfish can peck off bait. All right, let's see. Oh, you make bank holders. Oh, okay. What? Tell me about them. Tell me what you got. Tell me how much they are. Mostly the how much they are. Thank you for all the hearts. Makes me feel loved and wanted. 40 each plus tax and shipping. Is that a single rod holder? Like holds a single rod, or is it multi holders? Yeah, last year at the gathering, went out on Jody's boat. It was the first time I'd touched a monster rod holder in person. I was like, my goodness, these things they are overbuilt. Not that's not a bad thing. They are sturdy. Single powder coated and personalized. Cool. We'll have to head over your channel and check them out. Hey, Fat Cat, good to see you. Yeah, there are a lot of good rod holders out there. I know when Steve Douglas started making his years ago, he's like couldn't find any that I thought were strong enough, so I made my own. And then turned it into a business instead of it. But that's how to start a business. That is a pelican right there that just flew by. Find a need and fill it. I wonder what those extra tariffs on aluminum are going to do for aluminum coming from, I think it was Canada that he's doing that too. Aluminum and steel. That may hurt the little guys a lot. Oh, no. Thought I had a bite, but didn't turn it into a fish. At least it means there's something down there that wants to eat it. Sorry, I'm on my bait rod. Y'all can't see it. Missed him again. He's like, yeah, but I got 3 pieces of bait off you, sucker. Well, some nice little critter just jumped. Three more pieces of bait on here. Let's see if you're still hungry, big boy. He's like, no, these are salty. I don't want them. Got one. Oh, this is, no, it is pinfish. I thought it was I thought it was something else. But so they dance like this. And the littler ones, once you touch them, they settle down. And they say there he settled down. Once you get a hold of him just a little bit, then he realizes that he ain't free anymore. Whoop, come back here. He's like, oh, well, you're not here to help me. I don't want to be here anymore. This is also why I like cutting the sabiki rigs in half. I had 3 pieces of bait on there, and he only got one of them. He flicked the other one off by thrashing around so much. And with 6 on them, that'd be ridiculous to do. Oh. Had another bite there. Well, it still had the bait on there. And he bit it, but then decided he was done. We'll put a couple more pieces of bait on. grab on the bottom and see if, oh yeah, he's just a shell. It was weird. It looked like he had a leg moving earlier. But he said, no, not the case. Okay, oh, my bait shear's probably up here. Cut up some more of these salted shrimp. Don't have to put too big of a piece on there. But if you don't tip it, they don't touch it. First time I was here, I didn't know to tip them. And I caught a couple of pinfish off of just the bare flies, but they definitely prefer something to eat on there. Give them some scent. I did bring my fish bites down here this time. They're old, but they'll work. So if nothing else, I can start putting that down there because they can't pull it. Those fish bites do not come off easy. They've got a fabric mesh, kind of like fiberglass does, in the center. So that keeps it on the hook real well. Well, I should say it's kind of like that fiberglass mesh tape that you use for drywall. That's what I'm trying to say. Although, it seems a little more strong than that even. I was really hoping that seeing that crab earlier that would have meant that they'd be easy to catch. But I guess they were easy to catch, everybody'd be doing it. Third rod's getting little bitty taps that may be the live bait, but that could mean something's wanting to hug and kiss on it. It's about to start checking baits here in a few minutes anyway. So for anybody curious, in Florida, you can keep, I think it's 10 gallons of blue crabs per day. They suggest that you throw the females back, and if it's an egg-bearing female, you have to. I have not caught any stingray yet. Good to see you, Jerry. Thank you for stopping in, my friend. The water is pretty calm right now. The wind is picking up a little bit, but not enough to matter. Not like it was. Sunday night I came out and just caught some pinfish for bait because I couldn't even trust setting up a tripod. Figure everything get blown off. Randy, my friend, how you been? Hope the world is treating you well. Every time I know I'm coming down here, I loathe the work the last couple of weeks. Just can't wait to get down here. And when I get back, I'm like, I just want to come back down here again. Install a little bathroom off to the side on this dock. Put a grill out here. I think I'd be set. Till the storm rolls in. Storms roll in pretty frequently down here. But it can get really ugly for a couple of hours and then like nothing ever happened. Bright, shiny, and yeah. I think it's anywhere with this much water around. There's a seagull out in front of me. That's other seagulls yapping over there. But they're just communicating. They're not going, hey, there's some food over here. Which is weird because every now and then you see a little swirl of bait fish out there. Hey, I only had a bite, but didn't turn into a fish on the bait rod. Sorry. I know nobody's excited about bait as I am. But I'm kind of surprised that those gulls don't catch them flipping the surface and just obliterate them. If you've never seen diving gulls, it's amazing to watch. They will just dive bomb the water. Sometimes they catch, sometimes they don't. The thing on the bottom of a bait rod is a goofy jig. I'm just using it for the weight. People use those for pompano rigs, so I'll put that and a teaser together and do cast and retrieve type fishing for pompano. Here's something underneath the dock. That's interesting. Had 2 baits on a second ago, and now I barely have 1 left. And nothing. Didn't feel anything hit it. Whoop. Set my bait rod right there for a second. We'll check our baits. So this one still has the headless body on it. Let me flay him up a little bit. Get some stuff flowing out of him. Took off one side of him. And this one just goes out to the left towards the neighbor's dock, sort of. It's the same piece of bait, but I'm hoping to let some juices flow. This one was live. And it feels like it's empty. Yep. Fishing on the credit. I was fishing on credit. It's too big. It's another big one. Hammer. Trim some of the fins off of this one. So I'm snipping his fins off and snipping his tail off. Just enough to get a little scent going. So he can still move around. But he's not going to be able to drag that weight very far, if at all. And this one had got, I still feel something on this one. Yeah, see the bait twirling. And he's still alive. I still see him flexing his love. And this one should have the fillet on it. Feels like there's still something on it. Or it feels like I'm wrong. Just a tiny little piece. Let me know if y'all could hear that music. It was on for a very brief time. It tells me they're probably gonna turn it back on. So if they do start playing the music, of course I'll have to mute the microphone, which sucks. I got my bait rod in my left hand again, see if I can pick up another fish or two. I was really hoping to get a lot more short speed kind of from the vertical stream people coming in, but haven't had much. Trying to get these watch hours up. A little jealous when NJ Fishing Maniac goes up. I mean, he gets all kinds of trolls coming in. So the second rod from the left just had a little bitty taps, but that's probably just the pinfish moving around. Last time I was out here, I tried using like the Santee Cooper rigs to keep these things up out of the grass on the bottom. But then yesterday I didn't have any problems with, of course, again, I was using cut bait. So I don't know if these pinfish are just trying to burrow down that grass as deep as they can. I mean, grass isn't that deep, but kind of hide down there. Maybe putting a float on it would make things a little harder for them. The other thing I could do is switch my rig up and go to a dropper style rig. So the sinker's on the far end. I don't know. But I'm not even getting, any good hits on the cut bait. So I don't know. Yeah, best way to make pinfish bite. Ooh, that definitely was not going to help them bite. Two of the hooks hooked together, and they got the bait off the middle one. Let me put the other ones back in the water. Get them to rinse off and get some more oxygen and that kind of stuff. So the harder it is to put the pinfish in the bucket, it seems like the more things want to bite. Go check on my crab net again. Well, I have news. That is that while I don't have crab, I also don't have bait anymore. So at least something took the bait. I've got the bait on a hook just to kind of keep it on there. Here's a pinfish I took the head off of earlier. He's good and grody. Leaking, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, where's my hook? There it is. It's not like this bait should be easy to get off this hook. But at least it tells me that something was interested in the bait. Now I'm just dropping my pinfish rig some more. Back behind the camera. Trying to hide my failures. Sounds like the neighbors are having a good time. Her dad has a couple of crab traps. And if I can catch a hardhead, I think I'll just throw him inside there. Throw a trap out. I am licensed for a trap. I think I'm licensed for 5 traps. That is a goofy looking little boat. That is just short. I could just say Sea-Doo on the side or something. Sorry. That was rude. Than normal. For most of you. Check, see what's going on. Tundra Troll. Did you say Trool? I did not say Trool. Hey, Buck Williams. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate the thumbs up. If you've not made the mistake of liking and subscribing and turning on the notification bell, please do so, because I will be here fishing most of the week. And that's when they call it fishing and not catching. Har, 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 har. Yesterday I was complaining about hardheads. Today I wish I could catch a hardhead. And here comes I guess an egret. Blue heron. They're beautiful from a distance, but up close they just ain't that pretty. Those are some big. I think those are egrets as well. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen them fly in formation like that, though. Maybe the dolphins will come back by again. There's a ripple of, yeah, there's some bait fish rippling out in front. Little sparkles that are going the wrong direction. Oh, left rod. I think it's the left one, maybe the second from left. Probably the second from the left. Pinfish just swimming around a little bit because the right rod, it ain't going to be swimming. Oh, third rod now. Which may be the third rod the whole time. I don't know. Yeah, he was definitely getting frisky down there. Just in case he was getting frisky because he wanted to hide a little bit, let's move him a little bit. Now the second one's moving. Wow, that thing was just skimming the water, that bird. Just inches above it. Just behind the camera doing more bait fishing. Keep him down the rod, see what's going to happen. I'm getting all excited. All excited. Go check my crab net again. Netting. Take it down to the next piling. See if that gets me a little, get me a little bit deeper, and maybe find some love there. I'll grab his crab pot. See if I can find it. See the buoy for one. I know I talked about the big R that's required for recreational crab traps, but that does not apply. The buoy isn't required at all from docks. Okay, you open this bad boy up. Oh, there it is. Well, is it? No, that's just. Oh, well, that's easy. Follow the buoy. Oh. And then, yep. There's my bait door. And some plastic in case I wanted it. There we go. Got Mr. Pinfish in there. Bait sure suck at cutting twine, just so you know. I had high hopes for those bait shears, but didn't work out quite the way I wanted. So I cut one of those larger pinfish in half, put it in the crab pot, whatever it's called, and it's down there. Hey, mate. You have a rod. That's cool. Is that your phone now? We'll let you know if there's a... Thanks, Thunder Troll. Down in Pensacola, Florida. And, yeah, I can't see it. I don't know if I turn the phone if you can see it. So further out in here, you can see the water moving the wrong direction, or it looks like the water's moving the wrong direction. That is school of baitfish. Yeah, we're fishing for saltwater fish today. We ain't real picky about what we catch. Also got a crab net and a crab pot out. Crab trap. Try to catch some, I don't know, blue crabs. Check my net. Don't think there's anything in it. Nope, there's not. But that fresh pinfish, that's now a two-piece pinfish, ought to bring all the boys to the yard. I think that's how the song goes. Rinse my hands off real quick. Yeah, I don't think I'd fall asleep out here. I mean, with as much action as I've got, I can understand the sentiment. I really thought there'd be more going on. But with that storm coming through, a lot of critters gorged up pre-storm because they could feel it coming. So, you know, that's part of it. And all those hardheads I caught, they were not lacking for food. I'll just say that. They all had big chubby bellies on them. So there's a light, dock light right here. It was on all night last night. And I did see some fry coming up last night. Now that took work, Mike. How'd you do that? There you go. Good boy. Up. Third rod on the left. But they are all on bait clickers, so if it starts really getting some action, we'll hear her zinging. Again, that is a live pinfish, so it could be just it squirming around down there. Because they are some frisky little fish. Right where I'm at, I was expecting the pinfish to be hanging around. Sometimes it takes a few nights of the light to get them to hang around longer. But even without the light, they were hanging around. It may just be the time of day that they're just not getting jiggy with it right now. That's just me tightening up the line, moving him a little bit, just in case he's digging in to get buried in the grass to avoid predators. Gets him back up out of that grass where the predators can love on him a little more. I was hoping just to use those crab nets as opposed to the traps. I just thought it'd be more fun. Pick it up, go, ooh, crabs. So far I've been picking up going, ooh, nothing. I think we're going to have better luck later in the afternoon tonight. But I am at least encouraged when I see activity. Nothing in the crab trap or net. Okay, which one was that? The one downside of rod holders like this is one gets hit and you're like, something got hit. Which one? I think it was the second one. Just moving this one up a little bit. One of the mistakes that I think we all make is like, well, let's reel it all the way up. Cast out again. You don't really have to do that. Just move your bait a few feet and try again. I know I'm guilty of it. This one doesn't feel like there's anything. Yeah, okay, there's fish on it. Sorry, bait on it. And I was having good luck with the right rod yesterday because it was not far off from the dock. It was not getting good casting distance out of it. That one came in a little. I had to see the bait because I wasn't feeling it. It was a little closer than I wanted it to be, but oh well. Further isn't always better. And put my bait rod down here again. The other thing, if there's anything under the dock feeding, these two live pinfish should definitely get their attention this close. Yeah, third rod's getting frisky again. It's probably that second rod clicking a little bit. Third rod's getting frisky. In the past, when I've had the big fish that just took off, scream and drag, like never got in, those were on live pinfish. So I'm hoping for some retribution and redemption this time around. This bait rod that I'm using, the reel, was a Christmas present from Ashley. Not this past Christmas, but the one before. It's a Daiwa Fuego reel. Ben, I am not in Daytona Beach. I'm in Pensacola. Hey, Rick Van Giel. Greetings from Pensacola, Florida. Good to see you guys in here. Please like and subscribe. And if you like saltwater fishing or even freshwater fishing, I'm down here this week doing saltwater. I'll be going live probably every day. That's my plan. Yesterday we had a total of 10 hardhead catfish, 2 sail cats, and 1 white trout. So far today, nothing. Just pinfish on the bait rods. Got 2 live pinfish on the center rods. Left rod is, I believe, a body section. Right rod is, I believe, a fillet of pinfish. And go check crab trap, crab net again. I know if a crab pot is in a good spot, good area, you can get them on there in 10 minutes. Of course, you have to be where the crabs are, so there's that. Nothing yet. Nothing in the net either. All right. I'm going to pull this up so that the weight is not even on the bottom. And we'll take this one. No point in having 2 live pinfish this close to each other. Maybe. I'm gonna try sending him out to the depths. I did pretty good. I'll check this one, see if we have anything on there. So the goal of the one that I've just got hanging down a few feet, and this one was fishing on credit. So I'm hoping that keeps him from being able to do anything, dig down, and also kind of gets fish that feed upward, because the pinfish will stay towards the bottom. At least that's where they always seem to bite on the bottom hook for me. I guess big one that I got was a little bit bigger pinfish. This little guy. And I'm going to take him to the other side of the dock, which I realize is off camera and not terribly helpful to you guys. kind of throwing towards the other neighbor's dock, where they're supposed to, her dad keeps telling me there's sea trout over there, or that they're supposed to be anyway. Yeah, you got some tough skin, don't you, Bubba? Okay. Oh, yeah. I dropped him right into the salted shrimp. He's like, salt does not feel good. Like I say, I don't have to go all the way over there. I can cast it from here, hopefully. We will see if that works out the way I want it to. Okay. Nowhere near where I wanted to be, but it is in the right direction. Way away from anything else over here. So it's in a different area. A pretty big fish for that 5/0 hook. It may be a pretty big fish for anything, but can't fail if you don't try. I should write inspirational quotes for a living. Hey, everyday James. Well, so, I mean, I've got a gorgeous girlfriend, so there's that. I'm not at work, there's that. Sitting out on the dock in the Intracoastal Waterway, so there's that. I have caught some pinfish, so there's that. But as far as catching anything I'm trying to catch, nah. But that has not stopped me yet. I've got 3 live pinfish out and 1 parts of a dead pinfish. So the 3 right rods are the ones that have live bait on them. It's frustrating because that right rod has had cut bait on him, but it keeps getting stolen. Without so much as a movement up here. Now, it does have a 4-ounce pyramid sinker on a Carolina rig with, slinker slide and everything. So, I mean, it's very easy for something to sit down there and gnaw on it without moving the bait. Just gnaw it right off the hook. So I got 1 rod straight, far out to the right, 1 far out to the left, 1 straight ahead, and 1 straight down. And all of the live pinfish, they have their tail trimmed off and their dorsal fins trimmed off. So they're leaking a little ooey gooey goodness in addition to moving around a lot. I have high hopes for the ones that straight down, actually, because he can't bury himself down in the grass. And if there's anything around the dock that's looking for pinfish to munch on, he can't swim very far or very fast, but he can gyrate a whole lot. So everything is on a bait clicker or a rear drag system. So nothing can break me off unless it spools a ton of line. Okay, that left rod, or just a little bit of jiggling the tip. I mean, just the very littlest. And these all have circle hooks on them, so I mean, I'm not looking for little jiggles. I'm looking for, oh, honest to God takedown. So third rod, that's the one that's straight down. He had a little bit of a bend going, very little bit of bend, but that could be just the pinfish trying to dig down. And he can't do it because he can't reach the bottom. I know this is going to sound stupid, but most of what I say sounds stupid. Most of what I say is stupid. See, we got anything else? Where to get that rod holder? So, Evan, that actually came off Temu. They're about $60. It comes with everything seen here except the wood parts and the tie down. So it bolts down with 2 bolts to the base, which is an aluminum base, and then that bolts down with 4 screws. And what I've done is I've screwed it down to 2 2x4s that are side by side, and then I put 1x4s on top of those, and I've got some little hooks that go between the boards on the dock. And you go down and then twist halfway, and that it catches. So, and then I've got some eye bolts that are hooked to those to basically I'm holding those 2x4s to the dock, and then the rod holders mounted on little 2x4s. And so it's similar in style to the Millennium Marine type rod holders like this, little T-bars, but it's firm. It's comes with those 4 wire rod holders. They have what to call them, little ratchet type things where you can loosen them up and move them, but then when you set them in place, they lock there. And the same holds true for the top part. So the top bar can spin if you want it to, and then it can be raised. It can be lowered about 2 or 3 inches from where it is now, or it can be raised up about, I guess, another 10 or 12. Because there's this bar goes into this all the way down to the bottom, and I've got it up a few inches. And I mean, it ain't going nowhere. And those are extra heavy rod holders, or extra heavy rods. I'm gonna run up the house for just a couple minutes, get a refill, and take a quick break. So y'all keep an eye on these rods for me. Let me know if anything exciting happens. And be back in a little bit. You're all on clickers and such. They ain't going. The rods aren't going anywhere. Grab a cap on the way out. Well, guys, I'm disappointed in all of you. I knew if I left y'all to watch the rods, y'all would have caught a fish. But you ain't no better at this than I am. I'm not saying you're as bad at it as I am, but you ain't no better. Let's see what we got going on in chat. Oh, let's see. Right rod, far right, by, and then 2 and then the 2, 3, and 4. You funny. You a funny man. Okay, well, nothing on this one. That is assuming I know my far right from my other side. And this one's easy enough to check. Oh, he's still down there. Unhappy with me, but he's still there. Funny people. Don't get me wrong, I've done the same thing. But if I had done it, it'd been funny. Can't trust you people. Can y'all hear me? I can't tell if I've muted or not.